Sorry about the microphone. Dum de dum de dum de dum. Dum de dum de dum de dum. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the Programming Games Club. I'm Blades. Hi. Today, test publish your game. Right. Let's do our checks. Let's bring ourselves up to date, see what's happening. Let's just keep that keyboard out of the way. Good, it's on a swing arm now. It's ace. Poppy, do you want a cuddle? Come on. Come on, Poppy. I don't know if anybody's going to join us today. Come on, it's Saturday. Good girl. There she is. There's a swing arm there, Poppy. We've got a problem, haven't we? Okay, you don't consider it a problem. That's fine. Let's go. Let's do this. First of all, I need to apologise because I'm upset. But it's not going to stop me doing today's stream. So, where are we up to? We did a stream yesterday. Shaders, OpenGL shaders. And we were able to complete it in good time. We also were then able to start to explore today's subject and start setting up today. It shows you how much work goes behind the scenes in the stream, because on this stream there is no behind the scenes. Hello viewers! Wow! I'm gobsmacked. Thank you. Even though I'm upset, that's just made my day. Right, so on our storage page on YouTube, yesterday's is being uploaded as of 47 minutes ago. It's going to probably take a few hours until it's in HD. Remember, it will upload to SD and then it will go through itself. I'll show you. So it's now currently being processed at 95%, but as you can see, the SD blue thing is flashing at us. That means once it is processed to 100%, it will be published onto YouTube in SD. It will then continue to reprocess it all into HD. Once that has been completed, it will place it on YouTube for us. So if you do view this before HD is available, you won't get it in 1080p. I'm sorry about that, but I don't govern YouTube. And I don't really want to. Just to let you know what we're up to, it's pending. Good. The other thing of note, because I don't hide information on this channel, is this. Does this mean anything to you? Views. It doesn't mean anything to me. It doesn't matter to me. But I hit a nerve. OpenGL Foundation code. I hit a nerve. Prior to that, there were 2 people. But 4 to 24. That should tell you something. Why? Okay. It's not a question I'm going to answer. I know why. Good. What are we doing? The one thing that you haven't asked for, and you would never have asked for, today is the bit we all forget. Today is, I've written a program, what do I do with it? Can anybody else run your program? When you were writing it, you had no idea. When you had your idea for your program and you wanted to write it, you never asked this question: how do I publish my game? And I could run the Games Club for 1,000,000 years and nobody would ask me this question. Programmers create. Game programmers, game devs, we create. Sorry, that was not a we. You create. I'm not a programmer. I'm not a game dev. I'm just a guy running a programming club, sharing information. And none of you will ever ask this question when you set out on your journey of programming your game. It won't be until you've got to a point where the game could be used by another person that it will ever occur to you how. And you won't have any answers. Somebody watching this video is going to say I'm wrong. And I will say to that person, well done. What about the rest of you? You want to write programs, don't you? Who are those programs for? Who are you writing that program for? If it's a game, which is what we're talking about, it's for other people to play. It is for other people to experience and have fun. Unless it's a work of art. And then it's just for other people to experience. It's not for you to have fun. You're having all the fun programming it. When you come to play your game, it's not going to be fun for you. Other people will program games that are fun for you. You will program games that are fun for them. Let's get on with it. Let's see what we do, because I haven't a clue. Do we have a way of doing this? Do we have a way of publishing our game? Do we know what we need to do? No, we don't. So let's go explore. Let's go into the realms of game publishing. Let's get rid of that mouse now. Can we have this mouse instead? Thank you. Here we go. The first thing you're going to need to do is find a computer to install your game on. I'm lucky. I've got each of the main operating systems. The end of the last stream, we set up Oracle VM VirtualBox on our programming computer. A virtual machine can run any operating system. This is a handy way of not getting expensive very quickly and buying all of the computers that you're going to need. I have an Apple Mac, I have Windows available to me, I can have any Linux available to me within an hour. I'm lucky. A cheaper way of doing it, instead of spending £20,000 sterling in today's money, 9th of April 2022, to equip yourself with all of these operating systems and methods in which to install your software on these operating systems, it costs a lot of money. Oh, I have to look at that, don't I? It's why I'm upset. These operating systems can be installed onto virtual machines. This is leading up to something different that we're going to do later on when we write our own operating system, obviously. We'll need a computer to install the operating system we create for our game. Sorry. I need to get my emotions under control today. We need a place to install our operating system, the one that we write for our game. And we're going to be installing it on a virtual machine. I've chosen Oracle VM VirtualBox. You don't have to. KVM is good. Capital K, capital V, capital M. That is the kernel-based virtual manager. You can use that. I would think if you were thinking business-wise, you probably would. As this is a club, I'm not going to go that way. I'm going to use this, it's simpler. So at the end of the last stream, and that phone keeps going, I'm going to have a look at it soon. At the end of the last stream, we had downloaded an ISO, an image of an operating system, an ISO. I linked that image to an optical drive attached to this virtual box, an empty, new, never been run virtual box, and I hit start and it told me that my machine, the virtualization system on the computer chip had been on the CPU, wasn't switched on. This morning I switched that on. I had to go and get a different monitor to do it, obviously, and that was discussed at the end of last stream. If you want to look into that, it's there for you. It's pretty boring, it's a bit dry, but it's me trying to work out a way of showing you how to do it, and I couldn't. It's in your BIOS. It was F2, function key 2, to get into my BIOS. I can't stream my BIOS. I could get a camera and point it at the screen, but it's a 50-inch screen, so it's a bit big. I would have to set up a camera on a pod or something. I'd have to go and buy one. As I don't have money, that ain't gonna happen. So, Let's press play. Start. I don't know what's going to happen. Something happened. Wow. Here we go. It's run the boot sequence. This machine is not 64-bit capable. There are no suitable kernels available. It appears you are trying to boot a 64-bit release on a 32-bit machine. This cannot work. Press Escape to return to the main menu. There's your first problem. What did you write your program in? I pressed Escape and I pressed it on the wrong keyboard. There's your first problem. There's also a message here at the top of the screen. You have the auto capture keyboard option turned on. This will cause the virtual machine to automatically capture the keyboard every time the VM window is activated. Okay. We need a 64-bit machine. Or we need a 32-bit ISO. But that means we'll only be able to install 32-bit software. But we're not going to be writing 32-bit software in the future, are we? We have a problem. Oh well, it was worth a try. Operating system Arch Linux 32-bit. Arch Linux 64-bit. Start. It gives us the same warning at the top. I'll give you a second. It's why I wait. There we go. No suitable kernel. There are no kernels suitable for this machine available. This machine is not 64-bit capable. Where is the kernel? The kernel is the backbone of the operating system. The operating system resides, is the layer that goes on top of the kernel. The kernel is the thing that boots the machine. Okay. So that didn't work. Where's the kernel? We have a snapshot folder, shared clipboard, drag and drop. Motherboard. Chipset. This is what it's set for us. Special OSs only. That would be for Windows. Processor. Physical address extension PAE feature of the host CPU will be exposed to the virtual machine. When checked, the nested hardware virtualization CPU feature will be exposed to the virtual machine. We only have one processor out of 12. We'll take 4. Default legacy minimal Hyper-V KVM. Oh, KVM's there. Hardware virtualization, enable this. Yeah, processor's done. Motherboard, chipset. What's a PIIX3 when it's at home? Are you going to tell me? Selects the chipset to be emulated in this virtual machine. Note that the ICH9 chipset emulation is experimental and not recommended, except for guest systems such as Mac OS X. Damn it, moved the wrong mouse. Which require it. So that's not a problem. Pointing device, don't really care. Base memory 4 megabytes out of 32. I think we might... That's 8 megabytes. Oh, right. Yeah, that's correct. Display, storage, audio, network, serial, USB, shared folders, user interface. Invalid settings detected, which means it's under processor. What did we change? It's not going away. This means what? The I/O APIC feature is not currently enabled in the motherboard section of the systems page. Oh? I think we should do that as well. Special OSs only. FE is now accepted by Linux. Linux can run with EFI. That's interesting. It's just booted into a shell. The UEFI interactive shell. Okay. That sets everything up. Have to move you out of the way of that arm coming round, Poppy. We need the keyboard. There you go, love. Welcome to the operating system. Oh. It's unable to scroll upwards. Oh. That's not good. Updates, download, stalls, blah 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 blah. Okay, we have to read it quickly, do we? There's no boot. Okay. What have we got here? Okay, we have booted into the bootloader. CD-ROM. Go. Escape to exit. Ah. Continue. Ah. It would seem that this device is not booting. There are no drivers. Of course there wouldn't be. Okay. Power off the machine. Thank you. Remove EFI stuff. We can boot and wait. 5. There's a timer. No suitable kernels available. Okay. We need to find a kernel. VMware. The option isn't here to boot. How do we get a kernel into this? We have to supply a kernel. So this is VirtualBox. How do we supply the kernel? No. Keep that up. That's the one I didn't download. Edit boot options, E. F10 to boot. We've just inserted an image. How do we run that image? Machine. Could not read from boot medium. System halted. Interesting. We need to assemble it. Normal start, headless start. Detachable start. Tools. Okay, we're just going to try headless start. No. That's not going to work. That just means you don't get to see. File. Well, Virtual Media Manager. No, don't do that. No, this looks okay. Oh. Damn. We have 2 files. Read only. What do we have in our settings? Storage. Okay, I've just placed the VBox guest additions into the controller. Can I run that? Could not read from the boot medium. Okay. Adds a hard disk. Adds a floppy drive. don't need to see this because there's no kernel. Okay. So there's your first problem. The difference between 32-bit machines and 64-bit machines. One, well, a 64-bit machine is obviously structured differently to a 32-bit machine. We need guidance. We need a way to start this up in 64-bit. It currently does not do so. So, VirtualBox. Ah, look. We have a manual. PDF. I don't want PDF. Can we put this into a size that's useful? And it isn't going to blind us if we try and read it. Supported host operating systems. 64-bit. It should be possible to use Oracle VM in most systems based in Linux. By doing so, doing a manual installation. What? However, the formally tested and supported distributions are those for which we offer dedicated packages. Ooh. Kernel modules. In order to Oracle VM VirtualBox needs to integrate very tightly with your system. To do this, it installs a driver module called VBoxDRV. I didn't check my package manager anyway. That's okay. This is AUR. Nothing. Just have a quick look through these. I'll just keep you there for a minute. Network drivers, yeah. Where's VBoxDRV then? You may need to sign the following kernel modules before you can load them. Okay. Untapping new Ubuntu. We may need to activate something here. Automatic installation, which is what we're using. Mm-hmm. How do we get this to 64-bit? Mm-hmm. Told you I didn't know the answers. Blah, 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 blah. Download and install the latest version of VirtualBox. We've done that. Download and install the latest VirtualBox guest editions. We've done that. Reboot your computer into BIOS, enable hardware virtualization. I did that this morning. Now start VirtualBox and click New. Oh. Remove. Okay. Manjaro XFCE Basic. Linux. Arch. 64-bit. The right. If you don't see the option, you may need to revisit your BIOS and either select a different option or update the BIOS. Ooh. Next. What's the next one along? Come on, 8. That one. Next. Create. Please choose a type. Why does it default to this one? Can leave it unchanged. Dynamic. 4 megabytes out of 8. Ah, yeah, I see. We wanted about 100, didn't we? About that. Great. Alright, we've got that far. Memory, hard disk, blah, dynamic, blah. Let's pop this over to the right hand side, shall we? Highlight the drive you just created. What drive? Oh yeah, this one. And go to Settings, I guess. Navigate to System. Set your boot order. I did that. Floppy. I want optical. Select the processor tab and select at least 2 virtual processors. I can give you 4. Select acceleration and make sure to enable VTX AMD V is checked. Where? It says it's here. I'm guessing it's this thing. Yeah, it is. All of the defaults should be accessible, but feel free to explore and configure as you see fit. It's a good idea to have some idea of what you're doing. Thank you. Bit arrogant of you. Though rather than changing things at random, luckily, VirtualBox has a very comprehensive user manual. Then once you've got everything set up and we want to go, click Start. A new window will appear asking you to select a start disk. Start. We did it. Good. You see? Boot with open source drivers. Yeah, that'll do. Can we just click this thing off again? There it goes. All we had to do was set it up as a 64-bit kernel. There we are. Thank you. Wasn't hard, was it? Follow instructions. Even though they are arrogant. Right. We are now inside a virtual machine. Okay, it's giving us a lot of information here. Do not need to capture the mouse pointer to be able to use it in your guest OS. All mouse actions you perform, blah blah blah, the mouse icon. Yeah, okay, thank you. I know this already. I've used this before. Updates available. Don't want any. Launch installer. I do want. American English. Can we have UK? Yay, we can! You little beaut. Next. London. It's close enough for a biscuit. Keyboard, 105. I'm not counting. Don't care. Default, default. Wait a minute, back. It doesn't change the picture, does it? Ah, so I don't know what keys are here. Doesn't matter. Next. Erased, yeah. Swap, yes. No hibernate. Good. SDA. It's coming in under SDA. I need to know that. Encrypt the system? What for? Your full name. I'll use my nickname, Blades. What is the name of this computer? Just had a thought there. Capitals might not be a good idea. Can we insert, please? Why is it only doing one character at a time? Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh dear. That'll do. Choose a password. Anybody can hack me, so it doesn't really matter what I choose, does it? Repeat the password. Alright, we'll do that. Log in automatically. Use same password for administrator. Everybody's happy. Let's go. Install. Install now. There it goes. We're now installing Manjaro onto a virtual machine. Cool. We win. We could have chosen any operating system, including our own. I'm doing this for demonstration purposes. I'm not doing this because it's the right thing to do. Please understand that this is only an example. Interestingly enough, I didn't need to recompile the kernel. I'm going to anyway. To make sure that it works like it's supposed to, on as if it's a normal, everyday, physical machine. I need it to be not just a close approximation. I need this to be an everyday machine. This is where things go wrong using virtual machines. Do not believe that they represent in any way, shape or form a real-life physical machine. They do not. It's a program that's running. So if you want to test your software out, you're gonna have to really get yourself a physical machine. But before you test it out on a real physical machine, you can test out your software on a virtual machine to get some kind of idea of the problems you may encounter. But the virtual machine may also give you additional problems that you will not encounter in the real world. Be aware of that. We're going to need some software. We've got some software. Restart now? Yeah, but don't we need to eject the disk? It failed to unmount, as it always does. Press up or down stops the countdown. Settings. Storage. Remove disk. We're empty. Good. System. Hard drive. Okay. Start. Okay, it's giving us messages. There we go, we're booted. We're in. We do have a message behind all of this garbage that's coming up. Can we get rid of the garbage? Automatically captures keyboard. Automatically captures mouse. You are now connected to wired connection 1. Details. Apply. Authenticate. Yeah, it's perfectly right. You can do what the hell you like. Newer kernel is available. Please update. 3 additional language packages available. Okay. Okay, update's done. Information. Language packages. Package manager. No, not that one. I don't want this package manager. Where's Manjaro? Manjaro's settings manager. Here you go. Language packages. Install. Yes. Authenticate. Close. We now have this one. Okay. All settings. Kernel, what's wrong with you? You are running 5.10.105.1. Running installed LTS. Oh, there is an LTS 5.15. There is an upgrade. I didn't spot it. There we go. So it's correct. It's asking us to go to this one. Don't want to. What's this? Minimize all open windows. Workspace 1, workspace 2, bits and pieces, clipboards, sound. Wow. Saturday the 9th of April, 1349, correct. And the power button. Good. We've got a computer. What's this computer linked to? Some form of speed dial. Well, look at that. Why would I want to know about Celtic Football Club, and why is that on the list? Derby County Football Club. NFL mock drafts. I'll go with that. I'm not hearing anything. Are you? And I shouldn't be hearing anything. Good. No sound. There's the first problem that I'm going to have, because I'm not on this computer. I don't have any speakers on that computer. I have the HDMI. It's going into a HDMI capture card. I have to think about that one. It's connected to the internet though. We've just tested that. No, cancel. I clicked the wrong button. So, we're connected to the internet. We're on a virtual machine, we're connected to the internet. What size screen do we want? I'm on a 1080p screen. I've set this up for 1080p for you so you can see it all. So we could go for the next one down, which would be 720, wouldn't it? Actually, no, I like the screen that it's on. You can see that, can't you? Yeah, I'm just checking what you can see. Does anybody know why the followers on Twitch hasn't moved? It's still the same number it was, yet I'm getting activity feeds saying I've got people following me in the last 20 hours. Shout out to the latest follower, Smarty1094. Thank you for following. It's not required, but thank you anyway. It's appreciated. Yet my followers count is still at 383. Okay. Interesting. Right, this is now up and running. We can minimize you. That's just like a control board for this. We can now do anything we like within here. It's a standard Linux machine. It's going to have internet settings. Where will I find them? What's in here? Options? Ah. Settings. Maybe not. System. lots of settings. Graphical settings. Ooh. Where's the desktop settings? Doesn't allow me to go back. Just gives me the desktop. What about settings overall? Let's have a look at that hello page again, please. Okay. That's an interesting way of doing things. Oh, we have a settings manager. Where are you on my system? Where's the internet coming from? What's my IP address? Well, it's Linux, it can tell me, can't it? Midori. Where's it going? Oh, it's going back there, is it? Interesting. Let's ask it. Network interface, NetTools. By default, UTF assigns yeah. Predictable, yeah. Prefix, yeah. Okay. LS, sysclass net, or IP link. Note the LO is the virtual loopback. Okay. The loopback address is 127.0.0.1. So there's a virtual loopback. Often called localhost. For virtual, it's just called local. Because you're not the host, you're the guest. IP link. ENPS. Okay. Why can't I minimize you? No idea. And it's irrelevant. Oh, nice. That's nice. I like that. Options, object. Oh, object. We need an object for IP, do we? Fair enough. IP address show. We have a loop back. Yeah, that's right. 127.0.0.1, just as stated. Here we go. That's where we are. 10.0.2.1.5. Oh, yeah. We're about to do that, aren't we? Yeah, just pop you down a second. Thank you. Yeah, that's where we are. Do we have SSH? We do! Oh, this might work. Username. Blades. Password. Whatever I gave. Port. 22. You're not there, are you? Oh, that's a range. Oh, God. Which one have you assigned me to, then, you person? Tell me who I am. What's my IP address? Can I find out externally? Hello, 3 viewers. Oh, we've got chat. Sorry, I wasn't watching. Hello. Keep Positive Gamer. Wow! Good name. Hello to you. What am I up to? I'm setting up a virtual machine so that we can see if we can deploy the software that we have created. That's what today is about. I'm trying to find out where this virtual machine has linked itself to. Now that means that I probably will need to pop over to my modem. Is my modem here? Oh, I have a modem. It's on a different screen, you can't see it. Sorry. Sorry, Poppy, I have to move you. It's on the keyboard on the other side of the room. Well, I'll hit return. It's let me in. Connected devices. Click on that. I know what this device is called. It's uploading them all. Manjaro. We have an unknown. That's Wi-Fi. Wonder who that is. Is that my phone? We have a main computer, an admin computer, and something called Manjaro. It's not going out through there. It's coming out through the main. It's coming out through the host. It's an internal. Ah. We have to log in the other way round. Okay. This is useless then. Who am I on this computer? Blades. This computer is on which address? Sorry, just open that up again. Ah. Blades at Manjaro. Right, I know the address of this machine. This is a secondary machine. We know where we are. We're on my secondary machine. Good. We're winning. Thank you. I love this game. What do we call the application here? What's it called? Package Manager. Fair enough. I've never used this version of Manjaro before, can you tell? Add remove software. I want a specific piece of software called FileZilla. Thank you. You know what I'm talking about, don't you, computer? Let's have you apply. Apply. I want everything. Good. All libraries installed. It's not hard. There it is. Okay. Host. I'm going to go with 192. 168 0, and it's the secondary machine. User is blades. The password is whatever the password is, obviously. And I think we're going to try port 22. I don't care what you do with the password. You're irrelevant. Connection refused. Could not connect to server. Waiting to retry. Why? Do I have to come in through from the outside? We can't use 24. It's refusing the connections on purpose. Why? SSH blades at 192. This is an internal. 168. I might have typed something wrong. 0 102. Connection refused. Why would the connection be refused? I'm on a virtual machine. It's refusing the connection. It's an automatic thing. It's a protection, isn't it? Is this some sort of security that's going on? Could be. I think we've got a security problem. That's fine. I might be able to get around this some different way. What we could do is hit that button. Shut down. Wow, it works. Settings. Advanced. Shared clipboard. Drag and drop. Host to guest. Host to guest. Okay. Did I just enable drag and drop? Let's find out. We were doing the OpenGL Foundation. Build Foundation Desktop. Build Sandbox. Sandbox is here. It's now here. We need to look at its properties because we need to know the permissions. It's read and write, it's blades, it's read only, allows this file to run as a program. What a lovely security protocol. Really? Yeah, I know there's a new Manjaro. Please update. No, don't ask me. If you need to ask me, then you shouldn't say please. You're a computer. It worked. It ran as intended. I'm scared. Can you see a problem? I haven't installed anything on this Manjaro machine. I haven't installed any of the libraries like GLFW. Not convinced, because we're probably not using those libraries here. Do we have Midnight, Development, a Vulkan widget? That says util development. What does this do? It does that. Okay. I'm looking for Vulkan widget. Where have you just placed me? In Rana build Vulkan widget. You're here. Thank you. You better not work. Please tell me it's not going to work. Yes! Thank you. This will tell us what we need to know. Qt Vulkan init, blah blah blah. Enable Vulkan in instance layers in QList. Enable, yeah, create Vulkan instance. -9. It's not there. Why isn't it there? Because we do not have Vulkan in SDK installed on this machine. So for this program to work on any other machine, it would need Vulkan SDK. And this is where the problem is. We know the program works. It's here. Look, it's working. But we can't run it on a different machine. A new machine. You can go into a shop today, buy a machine. You can drop the program on that we've just written, a couple of weeks back actually. And it won't work. And it won't work because it doesn't have the library, the driver, for it to work. Do you see the problem of using somebody else's operating system? So this brings us to the first part of today's talk. Which is what's wrong with this system. This system is wrong because we need to provide extra software for our software to run. We have no hand in developing this extra software or coding this extra software. This extra software is not ours. We don't own it. I've just proven to you that there is no security on this planet which can secure your piece of software from hacking. You can't do anything to your piece of software to secure it. Because it's not your software they are going to hack. Is it? It's the software that you are required to package alongside your program that will be hacked, that will allow a hacker entrance into your software. You can't protect against that, because that piece of software is going to change where your software is not going to change. The driver is the security issue, not your software. So you've just learnt the biggest lesson of game programming. And I've given a talk about it. Do not try to make your game secure. Do not write security into your game. You will fail. Because as soon as your game is released, the software that it relies upon will be changed. Anything that you have put in place to secure your piece of software will be invalidated and out of date instantly. Are we on the same page with software? Are we on the same page with security? This isn't your field of expertise. That's good. Thank you, Keep Positive Gamer. Because that means you're a programmer. Programmers don't have a field of expertise. What do we do? Well, we do what all of those AAA games companies have done. We are going to package up our piece of software for distribution. That package can then be transferred to any machine, and when that package is installed, it will install all of the dependencies for our software. Like, in this case, it would be the Vulkan SDK. Luckily, Qt Creator's manual has a packet manager. Don't you, Qt? Oh, we've got a lot of CMake stuff here. I don't know what it's called either. I don't know why I'm looking here. I don't think this is going to help me. I'll look here instead. Oh, it's got state machines. Developer and designer tools. Qt installer framework 4.3. Whoops, better tick that, hadn't we? Ooh. Let's hit next. Qt installer framework. Wait a minute, just go back a minute. Qt installer framework 4.3. Can I move the screen a minute? Question mark. Question mark. Oh, this one gets the third one. Anybody who knows my notation system knows what 3 question marks mean. If you don't know what my notation system is, it doesn't matter. It's for me. Qt installer framework 4.3. Next. Update. Go! Go, little one! Install! Oh, I did have a little can of black burpy bubbly liquid here. Done. I don't really like it in here, so we'll go somewhere else. I'll prefer it on dark background, so we'll go for Qt. I'll go with 6.2 still. God knows why. There we go, we've got it on a black background now. I've got installation guys getting started. No, we want the Qt installer. Why doesn't that come up? Something wrong here. Qt installer framework. How do you spell framework? It's not framework, is it? I think it's got an E in there. Framework 4.3. Where's the information? Search for Qt installer framework 4.3 on Google. We've got a release. Why is it not in the manual? Yeah. What have we downloaded? Have we downloaded a separate application? Type. Install. No, don't think we have. We might have done. What is this? What is it? Are you going to tell us? Is anybody going to tell us? Do we have to guess? Manual. It is in here. It is in the manual. Yet it didn't come up. Okay. Fine. Qt Installer Framework provides a set of tools and utilities to develop installers once and deploy them across all the supported desktop Qt platforms without rewriting the source code. The installers will have the native look and feel of the platform where they are run: Linux, Microsoft Windows and Mac OS. The Qt Installer Framework tools generate installers with a set of pages that guide the user during installation. Well, we've already experienced that. We installed Qt using the Qt installer. We know what it looks like. You can customize installers by adding widgets to the predefined pages or by adding whole pages to provide users with additional options. You can create scripts to add operations to the installer. It's a fully programmable installer. You can have an online installer and an offline installer. Way. Getting started. We recommend that you use the following options when you configure Qt for Windows. Noted. We recommend that you use the following configuring options for Linux. Noted. And Mac OS. Make. Installing dependencies for Windows. Mac. So the installer has dependencies. Obviously it's been written in Qt. And Qt is not supplied natively to Windows or Mac. It is on Linux, which is why there isn't one for Linux. Interesting. Introduction, selecting target directory, selecting components, accept, blah blah, starting the install. When end users start the install, then how do you make the install? Who cares? It's scripts. There's the manual, folks. That's how you do it. I'm not going to go through this and do it. I'm not going to suffer that indignity. But I just wanted to make sure that you knew what you were looking at. But that's what you need to install your software from Qt. What if you're not using Qt? What if you're doing what we've just written? Which worked, by the way. You'd have to write yourself an installer. Qt give you one. It's a tool. Therefore, if it's a tool, it's something that they wrote, as we know, because we've written a tool. We wrote a converter for 3D models into a buffer format that we could use for our programs. We wrote a tool for that. Only just. Not last week, but the week before. So an installer is a tool which you write. You must write the tool. if you are not using something that gives you that tool, like Qt Creator or Qt. And that's one of the reasons why I chose Qt, to show people how all of this works. The other option, as we have stated before, is to write your own operating system. Isn't it? That's what we used to do before 1986. Every game supplied on the Amiga 500, the Atari ST, all of those games, you put a disk into your machine, you boot your machine, it has its own proprietary operating system on that disk that runs the game. Every single game that was issued had its own operating system, which you booted into. The security wasn't about hacking in those days, it was about piracy. People were copying the discs and distributing them to other people, for money or not. £1.5 million sterling. Let's look at that. £1.5 million sterling was spent on securing one piece of software with its own operating system against piracy, because that game was going to be supplied and distributed on a disc, and they wanted you not to be able to copy the disc. The game in question is my most favourite game of all time. That's handy. Wrong keyboard. Slide out of the way. I'm loving this. Not Elite Dangerous. I'm talking about Elite. I don't want the fandom. Elite video game. The original. Released on the 20th of September 1984. In the year coming up to the 20th of September 1984, the publishers, Acorn Soft, in collusion, I don't know what to call that, agreeing with the developers, David Braben and Ian Bell, went about creating a security system for Elite. It cost £1.5 million sterling in 1984 to develop the security for this disc that was to be physically distributed to everybody that was going to buy it. On the 21st of September 1984, a very good friend of mine at that time contacted Acorn Soft and told them that it took him 20 minutes to copy their disk. I know because I was sat next to him when he did it. I saw his computer copy that disk, and he inserted his copied disk into the computer, and it ran. It took him 20 minutes. It took him possibly a few hours to work it out, but to do the hack, to write the program that hacked Elite on the 20th of September 1984, took 20 minutes. It wasn't the software that he hacked. It was the operating system. You cannot secure your software. That piece of software was very, very secure. When you run it and you are playing the game, the actual software that you are playing is very secure. In fact, it's nigh on unhackable. I would border on saying it's probably one of the safest pieces of software ever created by mankind. They went that far. The operating system that it ran on was proprietary. It had never been seen before. Nobody knew how it worked. So how could you hack it? But we weren't hacking the game. We were hacking the disk that it came on. In today's society, we use the internet. We download things electronically. We do not have this physical thing called a disk. We can still copy games. We can still distribute hacked copies of games. We never needed the physical material. We just needed the entry point. We just needed to copy the systems bit by bit. An exact duplicate. A better than mirror image because it wasn't reversed. An exact copy. Every single bit copied individually. Well, they weren't expecting that, were they? Not in 1984. Interesting year. There's a book written about it. By somebody famous, I think, called George Orwell. And the reason the book never came to pass as a reality is because of what happened on the 20th of September 1984. You cannot secure your game. You cannot protect it from piracy. So why are they still trying to do it? Stop, please. Stop doing it. Stop wasting your money. The day you release your game to the general public, it will be hacked. Accept that. Give them the source code. If you want people to pay for your game, give them the property. When we buy a game in today's society, we do not own anything. We purchase the right to play a game. We do not purchase the game. Stop it. Give them the game. The source code. Everything. Sell the game. Stop selling us the right to play. You will instantly stop piracy and hacking, because there won't be anything to hack. There won't be anything to pirate. People will actually, for once in their whole lives, own a game. And they will have paid for it. And that ownership will mean something to them. It will be their property. And what do people do with their property? They keep it behind closed doors with locks on. They want to make it secure because it's theirs. It will belong in their house, with them. The people you are selling the game to are the security, you idiots. Rant over. I am upset today. Oh dear. This begs the question, what do we do? I'm going to stay on here. Sell your players. You never thought about it. You left it to the publishers. The publishers are only interested in the money. They're not interested in you or your game. You made your product. You wrapped and bundled it all up. You gave it to the publishers. You gave your property away. They have the rights, the intellectual rights, the IP, the thing that's worth millions and millions of pounds are in their hands, and they are going to sell the right to play. Your game is everything that you did, all the work you put into it, everything. Including... I can't spell including. And I made another one, didn't I? We have an E there. Everything, including the source code. That equals IP. Intellectual property. You have a product. People want to buy your product. If you were to go out and buy a coffee table, you would not expect to purchase the right to put a cup of coffee on it. You would expect to purchase the coffee table. Do you understand what the games industry has done? They have the coffee table and you have the coffee. You have the right to place your cup of coffee on that table, but that table is not yours. You've paid for that table, but it's not yours. The cup of coffee is. You can sit there, drink the cup of coffee and enjoy it. But you don't own the table. That is wrong. Why don't people see it? Because it's accepted. It's electronic. It doesn't exist. Yes, it does. It's source code. You've just spent the years of your life pouring your heart into this source code. You have created something original, real, physical. It's not imaginary. And when you come to publish it, you don't own it. All of that time, all of that effort, that part of your life is no longer yours. Do you still want to write a game? Do you still want to be a part of Programming Games Club? With the knowledge of how it's going to end when you've written your game. Even if it takes you the rest of your life to write that game, they're going to take it away from you. You're going to take all of that time away from you. They're going to take your life away from you, Mr. Programmer, Mr. Game Dev. It's your choice, not mine. I've never had a publisher. Wonder why. I didn't need one. I was working for the government. The government are pretty aware of this situation, and therefore they keep their own source code and publish it internally themselves. They are their own publishers. They don't lose the time they invested. The government does it right. The game industry doesn't. We need a new game industry, don't we? Really. I think this is one of those things I wasn't supposed to talk about, why they keep giving me job offers and want me to sign a piece of paper to say, shut your mouth. Well, I already did that. It's called the Official Secrets Act here in Britain. And I'm not giving away any government secrets. I'm giving away the game industry's secrets. How they support their secrets. where they get the money from. Follow the money. I'm not sure that anybody who watches this will ever make a difference. I know I won't. It's not my job to. I don't work for the game industry. I don't care about the game industry. It certainly doesn't. Well, it does care about me now. Oops. Maybe I should care about the game industry. Oh dear. What have I done? So, it won't really matter anyway. Not to me. They can do what the hell they like to me. It's what they do to you. I don't matter. Honestly, I don't. As I said, I created this channel to share information, not to teach you to program. But now you know how to publish your game. I haven't told you how to do it. I've told you how it's been done. On the 9th of April 2022 at 2:58 in the afternoon, here in the UK, London time, I just told you how it's been done. You will find that the games industry has structured itself in such a way that you can't beat it. It's a system, just like all the other systems, meant to control the money. And it's the money that you will need to publish your game. You will need investors, or a platform upon which to publish. You're going to need a platform out there, peeps. People have tried. People have known this for years. Come on then, Pops. Thanks. They've created platforms, haven't they? Looking at you, EA. You money-grabbing bleep. Can't say that word. This is a family-friendly channel. How about you, Steam? You set off with the right idea. You knew. You knew how to change the world. You knew that the only way to beat the system was to become the system. What happened to you, Steam? Who paid for you? Who bought you out? If you try to break the current system, you will have to go into battle with the current system. You will have to become the system. Because unless you become the system, you can't change it. And they will stop you. There's too much money involved. There has to be another way. I don't know the answer. Sorry. That's why there is a channel called the Programming Games Club on Twitch that is broadcast live on Mondays, Wednesdays, Fridays, Saturdays and Sundays. It's why this retiring, cantankerous old git talks and doesn't teach. You can only teach what you know. Good luck. So that's how you publish your game. Conclusion. Good luck. There's a few pitfalls, I guess. Will you earn money from your game? If you've been following what I've been saying for the last 20 episodes, 21 episodes, since I started this channel, doing this, maybe you've got a chance. Maybe you'll be the first that does it. I don't know. I don't know what... I do know what the future holds, but that's got nothing to do with it. I don't know who's going to do it. Somebody has to, somewhere, one day. Somebody's going to break the system. And they're going to sell their game, the source code, everything. And make all of their time developing that game worthwhile. And if they've got any sense, they'll be selling it for 1 penny. Because it won't be about the money. It's a game. It should be given away free. Where's the money? Because that's what you want to develop a game for, isn't it? That's why you're here. That's why you're watching this channel. Where's the money? Follow the money. I put it next to this on purpose. I did a talk. This is the follow-up talk. And how you go about testing your software, wrapping it up and putting it onto an operating system and making sure that it can work using a virtual machine. How you can test your product. How you can make sure it is fit for consumption and not release it full of bugs. Not that I'm looking at you, AAA games. Oh no. We should have a new definition for AAA games. We should have a new way of saying AAA games. It should be AAA unfinished games. That's what's being released. It's being released because of the publishers. The developers lose control of the project, and the publishers set a release date. In the games industry, it's called crunch time. In the last month leading up to the release of a game, the pressure on those developers is astronomical. They have to produce something and publish something, and they haven't thought about it. What's the first thing they should have done when they decided to develop a game? They should have developed how it was to be published. They should have asked the question that none of you asked when you started writing your first program. Who's going to use it? How do we get this program to those people? Because of this crunch time in the games industry, every single AAA game that has been released in the last 10 years has been unfinished and has relied on patches and updates after the release date to complete the game. Games succeed or fail due to their release and the state of the software in which it is released. Not whether it's a good game or not. It's irrelevant. Is a game fun? It's irrelevant. It often comes down to how playable is it. That has now become the industry standard. Is that a good standard to have? I like this black bubbly burpy liquid a lot. It's got caffeine in it and sugar. Two of the things that make my body work. I'm glad about that. Food for thought. Wow. Maybe I'm going too heavy on all of these subjects. Maybe I'm not being light enough about them. But I'm trying to make people think. What's gone wrong? Saturday, isn't it? And we've finished the subject. I'm not going to say any more. Sorry, I'm not going to bore you to death with all of this or get hysterical. I'm upset enough already and I do need to look at that phone now. I've distracted myself enough. Oh, sugar, we got the reply. I have to reply. Poppy? Is doing good. The last time, this is to my stepdaughter. The last time is because I care. And each time I go to see D. D is my wife. It kills a little bit more of my sanity. And anybody who's just listened to what I've just said knows I haven't got... Oh, I didn't spell that right, did I? Because I care, and each time I go to see my wife, it kills a little bit more of my sanity. No. Let's delete that and spell it right. Of my sanity. I have very little left. Send. Anybody who's been listening to this probably knows what I've just said to my stepdaughter is very, very true. My sanity is not just in question now, is it? You are judging me, watching this. You know the truth, you people who are judging me, how much sanity I've got left. How long will I be able to keep doing the Programming Games Club is up to you. It's what you asked me to do. If I have enough focus, I might be able to hold on to that sanity and do something for you. That's why I'm doing it. Tomorrow is Sunday. Sunday is talk day. It's going to be a short episode today. Wow, only 2 hours. I'm getting faster at this. I'm not waffling as much, am I? I'm telling you the facts. Not my opinion. The way I tell it to you is probably over dramatic. Sorry. Right. Well, let's have a look what we can do. We've got viewer feedback. We do have something to do next week. We're going to write code from scratch with more explanation. We're going to do something useful. What I've done today I don't think is useful, but I had to do it anyway because you needed to know. Complete. So if we're going to write code from scratch with more explanation next week, maybe we should do a Sunday talk that relates to that? Maybe? I've got to do it at beginner level, I suppose, but there is a surprise for all of you advanced programmers out there next week. If you don't want to watch it and you think it's going to be boring because it's a boring subject that I'm going to choose, then you might want to watch it even more because there's going to be something very shocking in there for you advanced programmers. Modular programming. I don't think I like it at that size. Let's start setting this up, shan't we? You'll have to just excuse me, I'm doing something, trying to do something with my hands and it's not quite working. They're not responding very well today. Bless them. Come on, hands. Come on. You can do it. You can do it. Go! Oh God, I'm going to type next week. That's going to be funny. Come on, you can do it. I believe we might have done it. Let's see what we can do here, though. 2.67. 7.0 will do. That is the subject of next week's. I think I can cover it in a week. Probably in a day. I could probably do it in just one sitting because these streams are so long. That's the title. That's what we're doing next week. It's been requested. Do we have a talk about this anywhere? Bugs. C++Y. Bugs. The illusion of 3D. Ah, we don't. I've been hitting upon learning to program, haven't I? How to write the bug-free programs, yeah. Tomorrow could be how to learn programming. I'm not going to teach people to program. I'm going to tell you how to teach yourselves. That might be a good idea. I think that's what people are struggling with so far in the programming club. Not that I'm not teaching you. I don't think that's the actual solution. I think the solution is people need to know how to teach themselves. I said go play. When? I know I said go play because it stood out on a board. It's not on this board. It was on you. Programming OpenGL from first principles, and we talked about it. We did look at programming as a way of thinking. Okay, we got that far. Did we actually... Can anybody give me feedback by tomorrow about this? Whether or not, if you had listened to that, would you be able to program from knowing nothing? No, you wouldn't, would you? Because you wouldn't know where to start. I didn't tell you how to start becoming a programmer. Today we did the end. How to publish your program. Maybe tomorrow we should do a talk on how to start. We know what the first question you should ask is now. But I don't want to go back to that start. I don't want to go back to pre-programming, the months of development, the months of thinking that go into deciding what you're going to do. I don't want to go into the game design stage. I want to do the programming bit. That is what this club is about, the programming of games. How do you start programming a game? I did state the question how to program. Programming is a way of thinking. Assign, select, loop. Yeah, that's fine. But I didn't tell you where to start. That wasn't how to program, that is what is programming. Oops. Did I make a mistake? I think so. I'm human. Barely. No. I'm what's left of being human. Absolutely. Yeah. Programming RPG from first principles. Learning to program. Where to start. I think we've got a talk. Oh, I think we might have a talk. And it should go at the beginning, really, shouldn't it? Yeah, I think it should. Right, let's use you as 2.67. Oh god, this board's out. Okay, this board's out. What level is this board at? It's at 6, isn't it? 6.74. Okay, that'll do. We're going to do some programming tomorrow. I'm not going to say how, I'm going to say where. You know I pick my words very carefully. That's heading. That's what we're doing tomorrow. This is not just for new programmers. This is not for people who have no programming experience. It is for those people, and I'm doing it especially for those people, because it fits into what I've been asked to do. But I'm also going to do it for the most advanced programmers out there at the same time. I'm not just going to teach you. I'm not going to teach you at all. I'm not going to tell you your answer to the question. I'm going to tell you the answer to the question. And that should have a question mark. Only one. Because there is an answer. Yeah. That's where we're going. Anybody want anything else today? Anybody want to give questions about whatever they're doing, their projects? Do they want me to code review? Code review. That would be interesting. It's a thing, I suppose. Does anybody want help with their projects? Are you stuck on where to start? Have you never programmed before, or are you the most expert programmer on the planet today? Do you want help? Do you want to share some information? Keep Positive Gamer, I don't think he realised what he was tuning into. A mostly insane old man. Ranting. Well, it turned into a rant, didn't it, I suppose. Such is my life. Thank you for people who have popped by, listened, or maybe discarded. Thank you to you as well. The information that I gave. Anybody want anything? That's next week. Write code from scratch with more explanation. Boy, am I going to do that next week. I love you, Karim. We can use any machine we want now, can't we? Why are you asking me to do something? Unlock. What are you asking me to unlock? Stop unlocking. No. Don't do that. Oh, you're asking... Oh, I left it alone for a little bit. You've got a screensaver on. Oh, you little person. Computers are getting more like people. Or is it people are getting more like computers? Alright, let's put in that then. Thank you. We could use this. I could use the right mouse. We can use any operating system we want now, can't we? We can program anything. Any requests? We're going to be programming something next week. Any requests for operating system? Language to program in? There's plenty of languages out there. I already know the subject matter of what we're going to program, by the way. It's going to be the first program you should ever program in your life. And it's not Hello World. Think about it, because those people who know now what I'm going to program next week, we should write it down, shouldn't we? Otherwise I'll forget. Damn, I will. Whoops. I may as well tell you. It's not a secret. Module. The core program at the center of every program that you will ever write in your life is a calculator. It's the first module you should write. It's how you learn to program. We're going to go there. We have access to anything we wish to use. Anything that is available to us as of April 2022. We can use anything we want to program with. Any operating system that exists currently. Any language that exists currently. We're going to program. Projects. Calculator. I think we'll call it, shall we? Modular programming. Create a project. Application. It's a console application, it's not a widget. Modular programming. Modular programs. We're going to put this in Twitch. I keep grabbing the wrong one. Okay, yeah, we're going to put it in here. I'm not sure I'm supposed to click that. It's not by default. I'm going to leave that off. Next. QMate. Next. Language. Ooh, that's good. Translation? No, thank you. I don't wish to be translated. GCC 64-bit. Nothing's coming up on chat about which language to use. So I'm just going to use what I've got. Next. Doesn't have to. I can change this on Monday. I don't have to use this. I'm not forcing you to use Qt, you know. There it is. There's your program. Control-C. Return to exit. Control-C will crash the program. So it will say crashed. That's Control-C. Control-C on the keyboard is a direct instruction to the operating system to stop the program that you are currently focused on. And it does it by crashing it. Ever wondered why? But there we go. This is a Qt program we could use. We don't have to. There's nothing forcing us. I want C, please. I'm sick of this mouse. This mouse needs to be somewhere else. I know it's my main computer, so it should be there. It should be the first thing that I reach for. But we're on the secondary computer. Don't think I need you. Do I need anything else at this point in time? No. I think that's good enough. It removes the Qt stuff. I could remove core as well. And just use C. That'd be interesting. How would I do it that way? I think we're going to leave it as is. Because I don't know whether I'd make it more difficult for myself or not. I have no way of knowing because I don't know what I'm going to do yet, do I? Well, I do, but it's a bit beside the point. So every C or C++ program starts with main, the main entry point to the program. The compiler will look for this function and set that as the start point for running the program. Or it will point to this location and say, hey, operating system, start execution of the program instructions from this point. And the point is there. That is the instruction. And yes, it's an instruction. It gets turned into a word called main. And the next line after that will be whatever that converts to in assembly language or machine code. because this is a compiled language. It will continue through the program until it comes to here, where we'll exit back to the operating system. As you know, I disagree with the abbreviations. That's what A stood for, so let's write it in. That's argument count. I can't change that variable name. That's not mine to change. I didn't write it. argv is the argument value stored in an array, a piece of memory. Well, I'll call it expandable memory, but that's not quite true. But it is a buffer, it is a memory location, and the memory locations store the values of each of the arguments that are passed into the program. We can show this. Use QDebug. Ah, well, here we go. So, argument count equals zero. I can put it in as a direct number. I will put a new line in and say argument value, it's an array, equals argv0. We can run that. Argument count equals 0. Argument value is what we typed in, or what the run button typed in for us to execute the program. We told the operating system to execute this program. That's the name of the program. That's where it is. We compiled it to this place on our disk. Oh, we can look. There you go. Build modular program. It's here. Build modular program. It's here. We can run it from here. So that is the same as double clicking. That's what your operating system does for you. There's no way of exiting this program, so we have to Control C. We haven't put an exit condition in. Might be a good idea to do so. But I doubt it. It's not relevant at this point in time. That's your start point. that's where we're going to start. Next week. What languages are available to us? Over 128 are available to me. 126 last count. Maybe 127 now. I've done Go. That's a bit awkward. Computer languages. Choices. 10 most popular programming languages to learn in 2022. Only 10? Does it give us a total here? I bet this is out of date. When was it last updated? Undid revision. Reverted. Undid revision. Reverted. 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 Ooh. What were those revisions? It looks like they're trying to update this page. Okay, I'll give it a bit of trust then. It's Go here. It is. How many of these languages do you know how to program in? There's a few. Spot the language you're using right now. What on earth, and why is it red? It's a broken link. Okay. They don't have Qt as a language. Huh. Okay. Interesting. There's some good languages in here. They have Unity as a language. A parallel program design at a foundation. It is a theoretical language which focuses on what instead of where, when or how. Agreed, it is. The language contains no method of flow control. It doesn't have a go-to statement. Alright, fair enough. I understand. It's one of the few languages that don't then. List of programming languages by type. Array languages, assembly languages, authoring languages. Wow! I didn't know this existed. CLI languages. DOS. Disk Operating System. That's what DOS stands for. Is it Disk Operating System? What does it stand for? DOS is a batch file, can be started from the command line interface by require. I know what the answer is, but I can't remember. Automatically execute is a command, blah 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 blah. What does DOS stand for, you little people? Tell us what it stands for. Why can't you tell us what it stands for? Have you forgotten? Well, the OS bit is obvious. It's operating system. Command line interface. Ooh. We know what interfaces are. Dangerous. Device operating system. I think that's the answer. You don't have the definition, do you? Oh my God. Do we have a definition? Is this just where we were? Disk operating system. I was right. A platform independent acronym for disk operating system. Thought it was. I didn't think it was device. Oh dear. Can you see the problem already? No, I'm not going to ask. We're not doing any more today. So yeah, we know what that is now. Good, thank you. Awesome. That was good. Comparison of programming languages. Why would you want to compare them? Do you always compare apples to oranges? Wiki? Why? Programming languages are used for controlling the behavior of a machine. Like natural languages, programming languages follow the rules for syntax and semantics. Not necessarily, but if you wish them to, fine. List of basic dialects by platform. Oh. List of markup languages, style sheet languages, history of programming. Oh, history of programming languages. Oh, you beaut. Maybe we should do this as a talk one day. '80. Where's 80? Yeah, Forerunner to See, I know. It's in 1980. Well, 70s. There it is, 72. 1972. I was 5 years old. I started programming in C when I was 13. Which tells you it was... If I was 5 years old then, it was 8 years later in 1980 when I started programming in C. I think it was 7980. Yeah, well, don't go there. When did C++ come along? A little bit later. 86, 5, 80, 1980, the same year. In fact, it's what put me on to C, because I thought C++ when it came out was a little bit dodgy. And funnily enough, I still think C++ is a little bit dodgy. It breaks its own rules, where C doesn't. So yeah, C++ is a little bit dodgy, but it's what most people would probably say is now the basic programming language, and C isn't. But what they don't realise is that C++ is C. The ++ means with additions. They're the same language. One just has a different standard library. They would say an improved standard library, an easier to use standard library, but it isn't. They might even go as far to say that it's more complete, but it isn't. It's a copy of the standard library modified for object-oriented programming, whereas C is a functional programming system. And they needed to bridge that gap. And they did that using something called the V table. You can program in C++ using C. You cannot program in C using C++. There's a difference. The plus plus means something. It means you've got a V table. And that V table isn't in C. So if you are programming in C++, you cannot program in C. Unless you write the V tables yourself. So you have to use different standard libraries. You have to use the C++ standard libraries. Whereas C just needs the C libraries. And you can still program in C++. Because you can write your own V tables. So is C object-oriented or functional? Is it a functional language or an object-oriented language? C++ is object-oriented. No two ways about it. It relies on them. Each class is an object. With its own V table, which defines it as an object. C doesn't have that unless you write it in. So it's functional. So does it impersonate object-oriented? Because if it does, then C++ impersonates object-oriented programming. They are intertwined. They are equal to each other. They are one and the same. Yet we call them different things. Interesting. In Japan, they have different languages, depending upon the social level at which you live. I believe the same to be in China as well. So most of the population of the planet today has communication languages with each other in exactly the same way that C is with C++. In English, we have the same thing. It's the way in which we use the English which defines our class. Lower, middle class, upper class, the wealthy. We're taught to speak differently. Did you know that? But we're still using the same language. So, when you're programming, what language are you programming? Oh, I program in C, I program in C++, I program in Ada, I program in Lisp. No, you don't. You program in machine code. There is only one language. There is only one language the machine can understand. There is only one way to communicate with a computer. It's called machine code. It's ones and zeros. Very hard for us to understand, to read, to comprehend. We could if we tried, but we don't try, do we? We invent ways in which to communicate with our computers in an easier fashion. And we call them languages, and they're not. You can ask me to use any of these languages that we call languages. It's your choice. I don't mind. They're all the same to me. My preferred language of programming is a language called English. Maybe that's what we could use. Can we use English? Do we need a semicolon or something to tell it's the command? Oh. That might not work. It's giving me errors. It doesn't seem to understand what I've typed. I understand what I've typed. And I know the answer. I know the answer is 8. Because that's what I've been taught to know at school. They call it maths. Hold on a minute. We might be able to do this if we get rid of this Qt Creator business. Let's get rid of Qt Creator a minute. This is just experimental. I'm in an experimental mode. Let's try... I don't know. Let's just try anything. Let's go to Visual Studio Code. This is an editor. It's not an IDE. Close you. What's this? Can we close? Close folder. Go away. There you go. There's an editor. Doesn't have a language. It's an editor. New file. Create a new file. Jupyter Notebook. What the hell? Where are we? Let's put ourselves somewhere on the computer first, shall we? Here'll do. Let's go to the desktop. There we go. Code. We'll open it here. There you go. We're on the desktop. That was easy. I do trust the desktop, thank you very much. Ignorant. There's nothing on the desktop. I don't need you open, I've got code open now. Look, nothing on the desktop at all. New file. Program. Okay, didn't like it. Screw you. There it is. Save that out. Where is it? Where is it? Where are you? Hey. Where are you? Where is it? It's there. Ooh. Well, if it's there and it's not there, then the operating system doesn't know that, does it? Oh. Did you know you could do that? You can have a file on your desktop that you can't see. It's not being hidden. It's not being camouflaged. Save. Close. I'll keep this open. Actually, no, it doesn't matter. Can't see it. Whilst I'm here, can we do this package manager, please? Blah, 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 blah. Apply, please. I don't really care what you're doing. Do what you want. Go for it. Thank you, kiddo. Let's reboot. Cancel. I don't want to log out. Power. Restart. There's a file on our desktop, and we can't see it. Shall we make sure? How do I make a file? Where is it? Why can't I put it there? Because this isn't a desktop. It is the desktop directory. But what haven't we done? We haven't told our operating system it's a desktop, have we? So how do we do that? Where's our desktop? Settings. Background? No, that's just the pretty picture. Multitasking. We've got the hot corners that do that little lovely bright sparkly thing like that. That's what they do. Dynamic. Oh, you're dynamic, are you? Look, it's here. Default applications, data. Do I need widgets for this? Probably. I'm not on KDE. I'm used to KDE. We have a hidden file. Oh. We have two hidden files, actually. Oh. Why? Because we're using this program here. This is our desktop here at the bottom. Our desktop is being shown in a little bar at the bottom. This is just for a picture. It's not our desktop at all, it's just a picture. We're being lied to. Our computer is lying to us. We can see it on our desktop. It is here. We can't place it on though. We have to use another program to see it. That's interesting. Why? What happens if somebody hacks this program so you can't see it? Have they already done that? Yes, they have. Look. You can't see them, can you? You can't see the files. They're there. There you go. There's a list of everything that is in my home directory. That's all we can see. Let's modify that. Show hidden files. I wonder why there's a little tick mark here. Holy sugar. Where did all of those come from? Why is our computer hiding this information from us? Did you notice I've written that in English as well? You can't see this on your desktop, can you? There's no errors. Can I run that? It's here, by the way. You can see it here. Execute. Allow executing file as program. Tick. There you go. That's what it does. It's scared. Why is it scared of me running this program? It's green, which means it's an executable program. Program.text line 1 U command not found. It was looking for a command. I haven't used the language, I've only used English. What command do you think we should have given it? How's about echo? That runs. It's in English. Hello world. In English. Or is it in English? Is this just semantics, do you think? Because it is in English. Echo means echo, 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 echo. It means to repeat. In English. To make it English, put a full stop at the end. But notice that the word echo doesn't come up. Because it's a command. So the command is consumed. Echo is not part of any language, computer language. It's not part of a computer language which I've just used. Because it isn't a language. It's the operating system. And if this is the operating system, that is not part of an operating system language. There's no such thing. It's a command. Shall we find out what echo is? We don't need to, we already know. It's a program. It's a program that somebody else wrote. I didn't write it. Command not found means program not found. They just gave it a new title. What do you think that program is written in? Which computer language do you think that program is written in? You know the answer. You don't need me to tell you. It's in machine code. I know it's in machine code because it ran. Where is it? Where is it? Well, if it's in machine code, it's in binary. Ah. Open file is ready. What does that mean? Aren't you supposed to give me a pop-up or something? Oh, you did you? Ah, thank you. Open file, here it is. Ah, I do love these things. They're so silly. Where do you think we're going to find binary files? That's the computer that we're on. And that's what that little symbol means there up in the top left hand corner that I clicked on. That means the hard drive, which is a storage device for the computer. So somewhere on this storage device is echo. Binary file, maybe? Oh. Do we have an E? C, D. I love doing this. It's here. The file is not displayed in the editor because it is either binary or uses an unsupported text encoding. Do you want to open it anyway? Yeah. Whatever. There it is, binary. That's what binary looks like to us humans. Nice, isn't it? Very understandable. I now know which version of binary it's in. Yes, version of binary. Because each CPU has its own code. And those codes have standards and versions. Because we can read some of this, can't we? ELF. ELF. The L and the F stand for language format. It's an abbreviation. History, please. Where's history? Not necessarily the right one. Ah, it's not going to say, is it? ELF. It's an assembler language. ELF refers to the architecture of the language. You see, it's actually got commands and registers, and it does everything that a language should do. The three things that a language should do. And it has an opcode or operation codes, like execute. For using the assembler, you probably use something like NASM, the NetWide assembler, to assemble it into binary. And you would tell NASM that you would like it to be ELF. That's a linking. Can I keep going with this for long enough? My breathing's getting difficult. Adding support for x86-64 ELF instruction set. So ELF is an instruction set which is used on a CPU type. On 28th of November 2007, version 2 was released. I told you it was a version. Does it give us a version number? I can't tell. Can we put this into a readable format at all? No. There is something hidden on either side of this. ELF greater than at something 8. GNU is the abbreviation for the operating system that we're using. GNU, the makers of the operating system. And that will have a version number, probably hidden within this next block of stuff here. So we can read this. Data. Awavi. Don't know what that is. Watu. Give me a clue. Is this the biggest this goes? Is there more hidden here? Okay, yeah, we're getting to data structures there. This is data. Ah, here's the data. The data is held in ASCII codes, strings. We can read it. It's just numbers, ones and zeros to the computer. It doesn't care what the data is. But if you display them out to the console, echo, help, or \h, I guess. It'll tell us there somewhere. This is the online help page. Your shell may have its own version of %s, which usually supersedes the version described here. Please refer to your shell's documentation. Lovely. And here it tells us the web address of GNU.org. The makers of the operating system. And it says here, copyright written by %s. %s is a string. A string is taken from wherever it's been told to take it from. Notice the variable names have been replaced because your processor, your CPU, doesn't understand what variable names are. Those are memory locations. copyright free software, yeah. Where's begin? Probably here. There's a block of data here. That's storage holder. That's storage space. That's a buffer. 8C08. That's a command. This is begin. I don't know what the command for begin is. It's a memory location. Main. Main is just a word. It's a memory location. So, that's a program. That's not a language. But this file is a program. By definition, it has commands and it has variables. In this case, a static variable. That's a variable. That's a buffer of data. We can change that. We have now defined a program. You can't see this on your desktop, can you? This is a buffer of data being dumped to the console. I have changed the program, and when I run the program, it does what I have told it to do. And I haven't used a language. Well, I have. I've used machine code. The machine code is inside a program called Echo. I'm programming in machine code. Did you know you could do that? You can turn programs into machine code. That's the whole point of a compiler. You write your program in a language which you understand, or want to understand. You compile that into machine code. That machine code is then used as a command. I suppose this is the basics of programming 101. What is a program? I don't know. I'm just experimenting. It's just information I'm throwing out there. But wait. What happens if we write a number of programs? Let's see how many programs we would have to write, shall we? Remember, this is theoretical, this is not practical. Oh, sorry, Poppy. How many words are there in the English language? Remember, I program in English. 171,146 words. That is the minimum number of programs you would have to write. And I said minimum. To be able to converse with your computer in English. If you were to do that, every single word here would be a command. And by typing a sentence, you would have a list of commands in order 1, 2, 3, 4, etc. So instead of going down the lines, one command at a time, you could type a sentence in. 1, 2, 3, 4, etc. You might have to program in the full stop as well, but hey ho. I said the minimum, didn't I? Get a dictionary, program all the words in, type them in, see what happens. If you've programmed every word correctly, a program will execute. The result of the program will be whatever you've told the computer to do. You will have managed to have programmed in English. And that is why C is the most powerful language on the planet today. Because C can do something that English does. Each word communicates a different meaning dependent on where it is in the sentence. It can also communicate a different meaning by the way in which it is said when in the verbal form. In prose, writing a book, you can infer the meaning or the way a word is being said by something called punctuation. And that is why all of these languages have punctuation. C has a semicolon at the end of each line to tell the computer that this whole line is one command, one word. So you give it a command, you give it all the parameters, and then you put a semicolon. That's how C works. English works in exactly the same way, except every single word is a command. The parameters are inferred by the punctuation. If I have all of these words typed in as programs in machine code and I've programmed them correctly, and I then type add 3 and 5, and I run that program, and those commands are there, it's going to say 8. That's the program you would write. You'd have to be slightly specific, wouldn't you? If you went up to a 3-year-old and said, "What's 3 and 5?" they'd look at you slightly puzzled and go, "What the hell are you talking about?" If you went up to them and said, "Tell me the result of 3 added to 5, then you've given them some information they can work with. We're lazy, us humans. We don't often specify everything. Interesting. But under the situation that I've just given, that's not quite correct, by the way. It should be said probably in a different way so that it's explicit rather than could be interpreted. Result of 3 what added to 5 what. It doesn't know what you're talking about. It may be the number 3. It could be apples to oranges. It doesn't know. You haven't specified. You might have to be more specific. That's the only thing I'm going to warn you about there. It doesn't have the ability to think. It's not got artificial intelligence. We have a system of intelligence, so we could take a third step of trying to work out what do you mean by 3 and 5. And you're probably going to mean numbers, so we'll go with that and we'll give you the answer 8. Am I correct with that answer? No, because that's not the answer to the question under the words that we've used there in the example. The answer is 3 plus 5. Isn't it? That's the correct answer. We didn't define that they could be added together to make 8. And yet we program these machines using lazy languages. But we do tell the language that we're using integers, floats, real numbers, Boolean. We have types of data. And if the types of data match, then adding 3 and 5 as an integer would give 8. Because the computer knows what you mean by 3 and 5. You don't mean apples and oranges. We don't have those types of data. We have integers, floats, etc., etc. If you were to ask it to add a float to an integer, it might cry a little bit, stamp its feet and run around shouting, "Hey, what do you really mean?" You might have to put a static cast in there or something for the final piece of data so it knows how to represent the result. It knows the two are numbers because they are floats and integers. It can add those two numbers as floats and integers, but it doesn't know what you want back. So there are further steps to incorporate into your language that weren't originally there in the original language of English. You need data types. But all of those data types are within the English language. So we have them. So for some of these words in the English language, we're going to have to tell the computer that they are actually types of data. That could be interesting. Wonder if anybody's done it. It's not an impossible goal, is it? It's not impossible to do. To write the English language as a computer language. You probably need 250,000 commands. And an awful lot of data types. Because every single noun is a data type. Every single verb is an action. there is structure to the language. You would have to program that structure in. Interesting. Where would you start? Every single one of those 250,000 programs is a module. Would you start A at the beginning of the dictionary? Do you start by defining what a module is? Do you just start by defining what a verb or a noun is? Where do you start? How would you start that? Would you have a module controller, a module interpreter? What would you do? By now, if you're a programmer, your head's just exploded. And yet we write computer languages like C. All of that long list of computer languages. Lisp. C++. Java. F sharp. R is a language. Rust. GLSL. OpenGL isn't a language, it's a state machine. It's a hard-coded state machine, so we can't include that. Yeah, I agree. Right. So I asked, what language do you want me to program this in? When we do next week? Or when we go into next week? Well, I'll just program in it whatever language is on the screen at the time, because it doesn't matter to me. It probably will end up being C, because that's the closest language to machine code that is easy for me as a human being to understand. C converts directly into assembly language directly converts into machine code. I could do it in assembly language, I'm not going to. Sorry guys, I'm just really not going there. My assembly language days are nearly over. We are going to be writing an operating system and we will have to use assembly language. Because there will be no language. There will be no other language that we can use. Because assembly language is encoded upon the chip. It's the only language, other than machine code, that is actually given when you boot the machine. But it's the only language precise enough that we can boot the machine with. It's called a bootstrap. That's what we call it, us humans. I don't know what a computer calls it. The start point, maybe? If it did have AI, it would be called birth. Shutdown would be called death. Be careful if you do artificial intelligence, people. Please be careful. You're going to break the boundaries a little bit. Has it been done? Has it been done? I can't run this program because we don't have this language. Do we? Come on, Google. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Most programming languages consist of instructions for computers. Yes, we've just done all of this. I'll go to the bottom then. I think we've been through this page. We'll go back to a list of programming languages. We'll look under E. There's one missing. There's a programming language that... Really? That hasn't been written. You can tell it hasn't been written because it's not listed. That was my monitor. I need to be able to monitor the stream. Directly is doing a lot of work there. How about sleep? Yeah. What would sleep be called? Sleep. There's a language missing. It goes... Oh, thank you, computer. It goes between emerald and epigram. In that little slot there. The language is called English. It hasn't been written. Why? Come on, silence. You want to interact? You can interact, I don't mind. You can tell me that I'm an idiot. I don't mind. Because I am. What puppy? It fell on the floor, it scared you, I know. It's a mouse. You're supposed to catch the mice. But I'm glad you didn't, because you would eat it. She's a good cat. Why hasn't it been programmed? There's a simple answer. A very simple answer. Because English is an inferred language. We infer the meaning of things by making up new words if necessary. Like lol. Is that in the English dictionary? LOL? Watcha. Is that in English dictionary? How's about this for a word in the English dictionary? Let's give you a word. I can use this. I'll type it out for you in capitals. Not very readable. God damn it. There we go. This is a word. What it means is the sound made when opening a jar lid for the very first time. We've all done it. We've found a jar of jam, a jar of honey, and we've opened a jar and it makes a noise as the air rushes in, and it makes a certain noise. Fot. And that's how it's spelt, P-H-O-T. And that's true, actually. It is spelt P-H-O-T. Is that word in the English dictionary? Is that 171,000 number of words? Is fot one of those? If you've got an English dictionary and you're looking it up right now on Google, is it there? Oh, sorry, you're recording video or something. No. This is a stream. You're allowed to interact, don't worry. Don't need my permission to talk. God, I talk enough for everybody. So far, the sound made when opening a jar lid for the very first time. Is that a real word? Did I just make it up? Well, actually, I didn't just make it up. But is it a real word? I can tell you where you will find the word and in which dictionary you will find it. The definition of the English... I keep hitting things with my hand. I'm very sorry. It's slightly out of control at the moment. The definition of the English language is held by the Oxford English Dictionary. Now, because our language keeps changing, we have different versions and it gets updated. So if you want to know, is fot a real word, you have to Google Oxford English Dictionary, find the latest copy of that Oxford English Dictionary. Remember, a lot of words have been taken out as well as added, and then see whether P-H-O-T is a word. That's the only way you will know whether that is a made-up word or not. This word, fot, was defined in the Oxtail English Dictionary, which is not recognised as the Dictionary of English. In fact, something quite different. The Oxtail English Dictionary is what is known as a lampoon. Lampoon is in the Oxford English Dictionary and means it's a joke. But the word is real, isn't it? You know the sound made when opening a jar lid for the very first time. And the sound made when opening a jar lid for the very first time is fot. It's a joke. For language students. Yes, Poppy. I didn't make up the word fot, as I said. I got it from the Oxtail English Dictionary, which is a joke about the Oxford English Dictionary. Just as Board of the Rings is a lampoon of Lord of the Rings. The book exists, it's real. Look it up. It's a good read. I read it. It's fantastic. I laughed. Terry Pratchett, known for Discworld, is one of the greatest lampooners of all time. He's a very good writer, was a very good writer. God rest. Is a very good writer. I don't know. Can't remember. So, you want to program English, do you? You want to be able to program in English. How do you program a joke? That's where you start. If you want to go out there today and program the English language into a programming language for computers, the first program that you must write is how you define a joke. You must be able to define what something could mean, but doesn't. You have to define the error. All languages give errors. The English language... Try that again. Words are hard. The English language doesn't have errors. We can be grammatically wrong. We can use verbs and nouns in the wrong order. Star Wars depends on that. Yoda speaks differently, but we know what that character is saying. We understand what is being said, but it's not being said in English. It is using English in a non-grammatic way. There is no error. The meaning of the sentences can be transferred to us. No computer language can be used in such a way. Computer languages do not have inference built in. And that's what we're talking about here. What language do I program in? I program in English. Why? Because then I know my program will be correct. Because you can't make an error. You can make a bloody bad program, but you can't program an error. Interesting. So if somebody had written that language that's missing, where would we be today as programmers? What would we be able to program that we can't program now? I can't answer that, obviously, because it hasn't been done. Will it be done? Yes, it will. Maybe because somebody decides to do it after seeing this video. Interesting. I'm not going to do it. But it was an interesting side talk, don't you think? A bit of fun. Wouldn't you like to live in my brain? I'll get this out of the way, Poppy. It's all right. No, Poppy, don't jump. Don't jump yet. Oh God, this is all going wrong. Oh, she jumped. Oh, she's meowing. Get. Yeah. There you go. You can come in now. Yep, there's me leg. It's all yours. There you go. Come on, come here. Off there. Come on. Good girl. It's okay. I'm not shouting at you. I don't shout at you. I never will. I have no reason to. So, I think that wraps that little chat up. If somebody found that useful or inspiring, good on you. If you thought it was just a load of bollocks, probably is. And she's purring. Told you I wouldn't shout at her. And in return, she gives me unbridled love. Tomorrow is a real talk. Learning to program, where to start, because I think I've just approached that subject very, very carefully. By trying to help you understand why the English language is not used as a programming language yet. And it isn't used as a programming language, not because it can't be, but because nobody's designed it or found a way to do it. And that's what programmers do. That's what they do the best. Come on. You can't sit on the keyboards, love. I need to actually get to the keyboards. Oh, she's going to sit there. You sit there now. Beautiful cat. Do you want a picture of me cat? Can we do that? I think we can. I've got a... Yeah, okay, that's you waking up. Can I get you in and show... I'm going to try and show you what she's doing. There you go, that was a picture taken. If I plug that into this computer... Oh, wait a minute, I don't need to, do I? We have Discord. That picture... Share. Where's Discord? More? Okay, let's go to Discord on the phone. Okay, Discord on the phone. Not to brag, but we hit 1 million YouTube subs. Did I? Did I hit 1 million YouTube subs? Thank you, Discord. Very kind of you. How do I upload a picture? I've done it before, so I must know how to do it. Plus. Okay, grant permission. Only this time. Allow. Cat. Post. Loading. Got ya! Here she is. This is exactly what she's doing right now. There's the keyboard. I've just slid the other keyboard out of the way. As you can see, the stand things underneath. You can see, obviously, that my screen goes, yeah, quite big, and there's the pad that I do all my writing on, and my glasses. And that's my right leg. And that's the keyboard that I use for this computer that we're on right now. That's the beauty of my cat. It's not, you're not my cat, are you? You're my wife's cat. My cat died. Passed away. Bless him. Do I have a picture? Probably not. I hope I haven't anyway. Because if I do see it, I'm just going to start crying. Learning to program, where to start a calculator module. So, oh, by the way, if you do want Discord, you can have access. How do I get rid of that picture? Open original. I don't want to open original. Ah, that's it. So I'm here. Look, muted. What do I do? Invite people? Oh, we can copy that. We could go to Twitch, couldn't we? We could send a message. Look, there you go. He's talking here. Paste. Have you tried GitHub Copilot? I'm using Git Kraken at the moment. I find that easier to use. There's a GitHub thing there. Sorry, there's a clicker thing there for Discord if you want to go and see the picture or grab that picture. Copilot. Don't know about it. Let's find out about it. Do you think I should use Copilot? Your AI pair programmer. Wow. Get suggestions for whole lines or entire functions right inside your editor. From GitHub. Powered by OpenAI, trained on billions of lines of public code, GitHub Copilot puts the knowledge you need at your fingertips, saving you time and helping you to stay focused. That's a good advert. Technical preview. Who owns this? Is this from Google? I don't need to read this, I know what it does. It's from GitHub Inc. 2021. Terms privacy. Terms. Who are you? Who are you, Mr. Writer, on my screen? Writing. Text, walls of text. We own the service and all of our content. In order for you to use our content, we give you certain rights to it, but you may only use our content in the way we have allowed. No, I don't use Copilot. And that's why. I knew it was in there. It didn't take me long to find it, did it? In that wall of text. I can't use it. It's restricted. Which means this is a non-restricted channel. The Programming Games Club is about the sharing of information. This piece of software that you call Copilot is a way of restricting information. I cannot use it for this channel, sorry, but thank you for bringing it to my attention, and that's why I didn't know about it. I know software like that exists, I don't know the names of the software. It's not a conspiracy. I believe in the freedom of information, not in the restriction of information. I'm very sorry, I have to disagree with the GitHub people, and if it's, as you say here, owned by Microsoft, well, fine, I don't really care if it's Microsoft or not. They're great at restricting information. They've got a very good track record, so it's in safe hands. Don't you think? It's not for this channel. I've broken every rule in the book on this channel in the last 21 episodes, streams, videos, whatever you want to call them. I've said things that were meant to be left unsaid. I opened my mind and just talked. Self-hosting repositories? Good question. Let's put that up. We haven't done an update on those today, have we? No. Let's put the repositories up. We have GitHub. Let's pop up to GitHub. We have Fraser Blades Sharp. My English is getting worse. My energy is obviously getting lower. We have been doing this week the OpenGL Foundation, but you will also find public stuff, and I've written it all out. I've put a wall of text up for you. I do not have ownership. You can do the hell you like with it all. This has everything you want for OpenGL. Literally. Platforms. There's all the C++ code for OpenGL. Which is what we finished doing yesterday, I guess. Shaders we did yesterday, didn't we? The actual code base for what we were using slightly different. Can we go back, please? So that's what I'm using for the games, the Programming Games Club. I'm using these repositories here at Fraser Blade Sharp. Just go there and rummage through, do what you want with it all. Anything that is public, you can access, you can do what you like with. You don't owe me anything. In fact, I refuse to take anything in return. Search to or jump to. There is also this guy called Avengers. This is also me. Can we go there, GitHub, or are you going to stop me from going to my own site, even though I'm not logged in as that person? I can log in as that person if you want me to. GitHub? GitHub? Wake up. So on this site you will find public. There's Amber Sky's server base and some C++ here. These possibly won't be much. This was January the 3rd. I updated this. 2020, that's more like it. A few years old. That was when I was working with Amber Skies. So that's what this is all about. Is all the work here. Yeah, this is where I got the source. Some of the source code from, but there's also how to use that code that's I've just been showing you. There's not much in there. I never wrote that, did I? Good. Is it on master? No, it'll be on sandbox. Always check to see whether I've left something undeveloped. Yeah. There we go. This is the entry point for a program that I was going to be developing, which I decided not to. This is basically the skeleton of the program ready for development. A lot of the code you'll find on my repositories is, let's explain this quickly. Is in one of 3 states. Where are we? Here. Does it not tell me? Oh, we're on talks. And we need research. Pop over to research, shall we? Modular programming. Do I have the stages of development here? Really, the stages of development comes after. It's how to research. It could be included in there. We haven't done that talk. There's 3 stages to development. I'll just outline it for you. There's pass 1, there's pass 2, and there's pass 3. Pass 1 is the bit that everybody does. They write a program. It's garbage. It's spaghetti code. It's practically hanging by a thread. Literally. Pass 2 is the clean code. The non-spaghetti code, the real code that you have developed. That comes